Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. Monday afternoon of Thoroughbred horse racing, 8 races scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes being called fast, 55 minutes to race 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes. Race number 2 got a scratch. Scratch number 1, interchanger. Number 1, interchanger, a scratch in the second. Third race. Late work for number 4, Lady of Mercia. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 10th, 4 furlongs muddy surface, 48.40 breezing. Fourth race. 6, finds Creek is a gelding. Fifth race. Scratch number 7, Aram Carliani. Number 7, Aram Carliani, a scratch for the 5th. Sixth race. Late work for number 4, Only in My Dreams. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 11th, 3 furlongs fast surface, 35.30 breezing. Seventh race. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 2, Numeric. Scratch the 5, Erosa's Girl. Numeric, Erosa's Girl, 2 and 5 out of the 7th. Late work for number 6, Mind of Gold. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs fast surface, 37.40 breezing. Eighth and final. Scratch number 3, Allie's Song. Number 3, Allie's Song's a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. There I am. We are running 8 races today. Just a reminder, we normally run Monday through Wednesday. Wednesday's racing was canceled this week, so just Monday and Tuesday. This week, they're back to our regular Monday through Wednesday schedule next week. Well, over the weekend, they had last year's top performers. They had a banquet for the HBPA, Horses Benevolent Protective Association. I think I said that better in the letters. Congratulations to all the winners. They had different categories for top horses over the year. 5,000 claimers. I think Banker Blaney was retired early in the year. To track him down, see what his second career is like. He won an award for what he did at the early part of the season. Z-End. Congratulations to the connections of Z-End, Deborah and Ron Breed. That horse was named 2025 Horse of the Year. Probably a very close vote with Ola Thobel, who had a pretty phenomenal year as well, for Rachel Sells. See how well the female trainers are doing. They dominated last year. Congratulations to all the winners. I think Ola Thobel still won an award for her performances, but Z-End did beat him out for Horse of the Year. I also want to say congratulations to my boss for all these years, Christian Regal, our general manager and president of Finger Lakes Racing Association. He has recently retired, or will recently retired. He was inducted into the Finger Lakes HBPA Hall of Fame. So congratulations to Mr. Chris Regal, general manager here for many years. Helped us get the slot machines here in the area. Probably helped us get a lot of jobs here too as well. And I do want to say good luck also to our horseman's bookkeeper, Tony Cox, who will be leaving us. Not sure who the new one will be, but he did a great job over the years and will definitely be missed. And speaking of this week, if you see our photographer today, make sure you wish Stephanie Van Binos a happy birthday. I believe she's 23 or 24 today. Just kidding. But also the Cookie Girls, Jeannie and Corey Cook, have birthdays this week. Sure, proud father, legendary Bobby Cook, who rode here for many years. All right, those are all our shout-outs for this week. But yeah, that dinner they do have annually, and it's a great thing for our local horsemen. They get to receive awards, and they get a free buffet. I was afraid to ask after what happened with the chicken barbecue. Anyway, Fast Racetrack. For today's festivities, remember, pick fives. Start in the first with a mandatory payout. Races 4 through 8 with the possible carryover. If you don't have 5 of 5, guess what? You have a frown because you can't win 4 out of 5. Okay, let's look at the first. Really can narrow this down, I thought. I mean, Isle Storm is the speed if she breaks well. Now, she did break well, obviously, last time and just went on with it. Nobody went with Isle Storm, really. She kind of had an easy trip on the front end, but she came home relatively quick. I mean, she came home in less than a minute, which is pretty good for a beaten 5,000 claimer. The question is, can Princess Cairo stay close enough early to chase that rival down? That's kind of how I saw the complexion of this race. I do think Princess Cairo is the better of the two horses, but if front speed is good, we have a tough time catching Isle Storm. Now, Princess Cairo comes out of a race that her stablemate won. Now, she was really compromised by a poor start, never really in it. They didn't back up that day, and just the break cost this horse. She drops again to 5,000 in this beaten condition. She's unprotected. Remember, last time she ran with the waiver claim. Interesting move for Princess Cairo. Might even be a for sale sign on the horse. But I'm going to lean towards 7-2 is an awfully good price if you can get 7-2 on Princess Cairo in the first race. I know she's still got to chase down Isle Storm, who's the favorite, but I think she's got a good chance to do so. I think she's the better of the two horses, especially at 6 furlongs. Maybe she can catch her. Now, she is winless at 3/4, but if Isle Storm's out there loose, she is going to be awfully tough to catch. And on paper, it does look like she's pretty loose in here. Princess Cairo will probably be the closest one to her early, and she's going to have to try to chase her down. But that seems like the race. It's tough to see a deeper closer with that complexion of the race like that. It's hard to see a deeper closer get up to win. But if somebody does, it will probably be the 3 Evening Edge. She takes the same drop as Princess Cairo and wasn't that far behind Princess Cairo when they met last time. They come out of the same race, the 11-9 claimer. And her previous start was against Miss Stones, who's way too good for 11-9 claimers. I mean, she got away with a couple. I think she was in for the waiver claim. I think that's why. But Miss Stones is too good for that level. She's an allowance horse. So Evening Edge has been against tough. I do think Princess Cairo probably the better of the two horses coming out of those conditions, and they both drop. But at least Evening Edge does have a couple wins at the distance, and I think she would be the other one. And she's 8-1 morning line. So I'm going to go the 1, 5, and 3 in race number 1. I know Isle Storm's a loose speed, but I think Princess Cairo will be close enough that she could chase her down. See how that complexion goes. Okay, second race, as wide open as they come. We scratch the 1 interchanger, obviously an underneath horse, but the horse figured on the numbers. Now the pace complexion, it does look like Scales of Gold and Muizara are the 2 speeds in here. I don't know what to do with Invaluable Will. The horse ran so bad last time. And a lot of them come out of the same race. 4 out of the 5 horses come out of the Colton Goes race. Congratulations. I think her name's Melissa. She's over at the Adoption Center. She does a great job with all the horses and that adoption program. It's good to see her win, even though I didn't really like her horse that day. A lot of people did, though. Colton Goes went down to 5-2. I think that used to be Julie Kizalewski's horse. She did a good job with that one as well. Michael Sabine has 2 of them in here. And, of course, the 2 speeds, Scales of Gold, Mazzaro. No excuse today for Valuable Will. A horse should be right behind the speed of Mazzara and Scales of Gold. I mean, you got to draw a line through the last race if you like Invaluable Will. Now, Valuable Will does have a lot more seconds and thirds than victories, but he didn't even hit the board as the favorite. I mean, he was caught wide, but off of his previous start, he was supposed to win that race, at least hit the board. I guess it's too bad to be true, and I'm going to forgive the effort, and I just think he should get the trip and can win here. Now, Muizara, may have needed the race. This horse could run even better today and didn't run that badly. Obviously, he's the inside speed of the race. I don't know if Scales of Gold is as fast as he was last year, if he could keep him honest. But Laird Bailey, good luck to him. He should be on the lead as far as he goes. And second start off the layoff. And you look back, this horse does have some back class. He was running against starter allowance competition, open claimers, just way better than what he'll face here or last time. And again, if he needed the race, he can improve off of that start. Mentioned Michael Sabine has 2 of them in here. Cohen's the Smoking Alone with his daughter. Sugar's Last Hope is one he owned. I can make a case kind of for both of them. Now, that was a dead rail outside closers track that they ran on. So Smoking Alone ran better than his stablemate. At the same time, Smoking Alone was with the racetrack where Sugar's Last Hope was against the track, running on June 2nd. I mean, if you want to do your homework, I pretty much did it for you by just telling you that June 2nd, anybody that ran that day, if they were trying to be speed on the rail or didn't close, they were against it because they were slow times and speed was not holding at all that day. And it didn't seem like the inside was any good either, although the first race was won on the rail. But that horse was tons the best. So kind of look at that day as a big bias day, and a couple of them come out of that race. Yeah, I mean, I went 4-3-6, but I would not be surprised. And that's what happens with a lot of these below bottom 4,000 claimers. You get some long shots. It's hard to really love the favorites in here. They wouldn't be in for 4 if they were running so good. So I'm going to go with the 4-3-6 in the second. All right, third race is a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. This race has kind of a lack of pace in it. I thought maybe even Crystal from the rail would get the lead. I just have no faith in putting that horse on top or even betting her because she's had so many chances. But she could have a tactical edge on this field. So I used her second. I just can't put her on top. I would use her second or third. Notice off the layoff, if she was going to win a race, it was that one. So she got a fast racetrack. She was lone speed. It was only 5 furlongs. Maybe she wasn't quite fit for that start coming off the layoff. If they ran that race now, she probably would win. But she's got a shot in here. I mean, she's the speed. I just thought Pensima, I don't like the blinkers off. Of course, I don't like the Jackie off either. Comes out of the day, June 2nd, where, again, they were closing. Flying Phoebe actually got off slow and probably benefited from it because that horse was with the trend of the track. I mean, kind of angled out, closed down the ground. It was best. Now, this horse ran once without blinkers, and it was against 30,000 maiden claims. I guess you can't really gauge anything, whether this horse wants blinkers or not. But did show some speed last time. Not that they went that fast. I mean, they went 23 and 48, mostly Spicy Ticey. But Spicy Ticey was kept on the dead rail the whole trip, or Spicy Ticey would have won. I'm just a little disgruntled by the name. Could have just took the horse off the rail, would have won the race. But they were all against it because, let's face it, that track was tiring. And I guess how much of an excuse can you make for a horse if it does 48 and change on the front end? I don't care what part of the track you're on, you're supposed to win. But this horse ran well. I don't know. I don't like the blinkers off. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, especially shortening up to 5.5 when there's no other speed other than Crystal in the race. If this horse can get out there and be in a pressing pace situation like he was last time with Crystal, who doesn't like to win, she's going to get first run on the rest of this field. Now, I don't know what these 4-hour junior horses are going to do. You got one start between them. So there's a lot of question marks when you're talking about Imagine and Touchy Subject. Again, I don't like horses starting in maiden 5,000s. Of course, that's what happened the other day. Last day we ran, I think a first-time starter one for Paul Barrow. He had him in the right spot, really. My thing is, why would you make a first start in a 5,000 maiden? Of course, the horse did 107, so it deserved to be there. Well, that's what you look at with Touchy Subject. More of a turf horse. So the first start should actually be on the turf. But the works are a little slow. It's got some, other than turf, it's got decent turf route breeding. So I don't know about the sprint 5.5 for Touchy Subject. Now, Imagine might be the better of the two. Did take some money in her debut and caught a sloppy racetrack. So that's the dangerous one I thought in here. But on the breeding, it's hard to like her anyway. But that's why she's running for 5,000. May have needed that first start. I am going to use Lady Marine on third. I got no excuse for her. Really no excuse in any start for Lady Marine. I mean, she was running against Tougher. That was the first time running at the bottom for 5. It does say she broke slow. She didn't really break slow. She was on the rail. It was actually the winner that broke slow. Flying Phoebe. Flying Phoebe was the one that broke slowly in that race. So they just got the wrong horse, though, Lady Marine. It wasn't like she broke real sharp, but she did run pretty decently. I got no excuse for it. She just kind of ran evenly around the track. She was inside, so maybe being on the inside, it was kind of a dead rail that day, but she was trying to close ground. She's going to have to run better to win, and maybe she will. I mean, at least she's been dropping for a spot, looking for a spot, maybe shortening up to 5.5 furlongs, staying at 5.5. She can make a run. I'm going to use her for third anyway. But again, she'll have to improve off of that start. Okay, fourth race, a maiden race going 5.5 furlongs. This race starts the late pick 5. Remember, there is the carryover, so if you don't have 5 of 5, don't hope for 4 out of 5. It's not going to happen. It does carry over, though. It's a lot of fun when we have the carryover pool. In the fourth race, this is the last chance for me for probably Flattery against Maine Specialty. Now, I didn't like him last time. I don't know who was betting this horse. I guess that's a positive sign when all busted up looked like an absolute standout. It should have been 1-5 in a 4-horse field. And this horse went off the favorite. So somebody somewhere liked probably Flattery. Wasn't me. But you see, ran pretty decently. He did beat King Solomon for second. I guess that's something. And he can improve off of that race. Couldn't have caught a weaker bunch. I mean, there's no all busted up in this race. Went 105. Was gelded. Doesn't get much time in between races off after being gelded, but they're changing riders for the third straight time, gelding him. He's had a lot of chances. He's 0 for 13. They don't drop him any from the special weight, so they're really pressing for this purse. And this is probably one of the weakest fields that they've had for the main special weight. I think it's a timing thing for this horse, though. Doesn't seem like he's got a nose for the wire. He's always right there, just doesn't win. So it's hard for me to take him on top. You know, maybe King Solomon can be right there. He's right there with him the last time they faced. And he did make a nice middle move against a 47 last time. Was a good race. He just kind of flattened out. They went 113. I would assume that's probably faster and a better race than this one. When King's Dancer got the win. I do think it's a better race. The other race was off the layoff. Again, finished right with probably Flattery in his first start off a long layoff since July. Right, he's got some tactical speed, which might help him here. There really isn't a lot of speed in this race. Might actually put him on the front end. Now, I'm not sure what the one-piece negotiator is going to do. It does look like Jackie Davis went here to ride for Nick Zito over King Solomon, so that's a positive. The only thing is, at least on the dam side, this horse is bred strongly for the turf. The dam's only win was actually on the turf, plus had a half that was a graded stakes winner on the turf. Not sure of the sire side War of Will, but at least the dam side is pretty much turf. They tried blinkers on last time in October and just didn't run at all. But you can't blame the blinkers because they don't take them off. They paid $80,000 if this was a 2-year-old. Would like to see this horse on turf if he does run well here. But it could be any kind. Again, it's his first start as a 3-year-old after not showing much as a 2-year-old. And he's one of the favorites. I don't know. We'll see. I went 4-3-1, though. I could see any of those 3 horses winning that race, though. All right, 5th race. Scratch the 7, Iram Killarney. I didn't like it. It Will Be Fun last time. I mean, Dana had a big day the other day. What did she have? 2? She should have had 3 wins. I think it was. I don't know. I think we got DQ'd or something. But she's doing very well. At least winning and hitting the board with a very high percentage. You see the 9 for 11 in the top 3. I don't even know if that counts Wednesday. This barn has been on fire. Very high percentage. It Will Be Fun went off 5-1. Actually ran better than what I thought she would have. She took a lot of early money. I think she opened up the favorite. And you look at the top 2 finishers, Alpine Giant and Life Is But a Dream, both pretty classy horses, and they did finish up in a decent time for the day. So she drops a notch in class, the 11-9, and she looks awfully tough from the rail, depending on how this track plays. She's got a lot of speed outside of her. That might be an issue as far as where she wants to be from the jockeying position, breaking from the rail. But she looks tough. Now, Linda Rice has 2 of them in here. You have Chardonnay Derby and Claire Vedette. Gomez opts to ride Chardonnay Derby. I can see why. She ran good last time. First trip over the track was a solid second. Classy West was the speed and was pretty much the main speed was the horse to beat. And you weren't going to beat that horse just because of the way the pace flow was. I thought she still ran pretty well with a strong race to be second. If she could repeat that effort, she could be right there and possibly win this race, trying older horses again. World Bank might be a horse that gets overlooked. She's 6-1 morning line. She does well at this 11-9 level. This seems to be her level because she hits the board at 11-9. She jumps up to allowance. She doesn't do anything. And you notice, look at her last 10 starts. She's like 3rd every time. When she runs for 11-9, she doesn't finish the board for allowance. Well, good news for her. She's running for 11-9 today. Now, she got out there in front of Class C West, at least for a while, going 6 furlongs. But she shortens up to 5.5. And I think that's going to be a good move for a horse with tactile speed, even though she hasn't won at this distance. So she's only got 1 win overall, so she had a lot of chances. She seems to be more of an underneath horse, but she does well at this level, so she should be there. Syl's Pleasure takes a notch drop in class. Probably a good spot for her running at the 11-9 level. She should be very competitive. Go to the 1, 3, 4, 8 in race number 5. 6th race, another one of those 11-9 claimers, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. Yeah, this race, pretty competitive. I don't know if you could really toss anybody, with the exception of Red Butterfly, who just doesn't fit. But the rest of them seem like they got a shot in here. You Call Me Penny might be a little bit of a stretch, depending on how this pace flow goes. I expected Only in My Dreams to go to the front end. Call Me Penny might play presser. I don't know if she's fast enough. But if Only in My Dreams gets loose in here, she's going to be tough as well. But I'm thinking that somebody would keep her honest. The one horse, Fashionable Kitty. Got Cathief on that damn side, and she's running against, even though they're pretty much the bottoms at Gulfstream Park, those races are still better than this one. And she's competitive, and she won the 2 Lifetime at that bottom 8,000 level. But since jumping into the 3 Lifetime, she's hit the board every time, with the exception of the turf race. Maybe they were thinking Kitten's Dream when they saw the kitty in there, but really, this horse wants the dirt. You just look at the overall record. Didn't hit the board on the turf, didn't hit the board on the synthetic, but some of these connections are just stubborn. They just want to put the horse on different surfaces, even though her only success has been on the dirt. So I think this is a good spot for her. Coming here, she would win for 5,000, but I think she also got a chance to win against these 11 and 9. So I'm going to use her on top. I think 7 to 2 is a nice price for her. Nurse Bunny's an interesting one if this pace backs up. I'd watch how this track plays. She's clearly at the mercy of the pace, and if Only in My Dreams gets away on the front end, she's going to have a tough time closing. That's the key to the race for Only in My Dreams, too. If Only in My Dreams loose, I like her, if speed's good. But Nurse Bunny actually ran very well going shorter, 5.5 furlongs, off of the layoff since November. She showed up anyway with a good rally. If she's sharper today and the pace does back up at this level, like I said, she's another one that's had a lot of chances with 18 starts and still in the 3 Lifetime. But she usually does put in that late rally, and if they back up, she should be right there. And she's 6 to 1. Valentine Gift, the same thing. She's a late runner, probably wants more distance, although 6 furlongs is better than the 5.5 she ran last time. I'd like to see this horse around 7 furlongs. But both her career wins have been at 3/4. So if she does get the trip that she needs, she'll win. She's dropping to the 11 and 9, and if Only in My Dreams gets pressure from either Red Butterfly or Call Me Penny, Valentine Gift would be no surprise. Remember, she got a sloppy racetrack last time as well, although I kind of put that more of a negative because this horse has got some off-track breeding. So the fact that she didn't win or hit the board in the slop might not be a good thing, especially when a deep closer, me and Nipotina, won the race. Takes a much-needed drop, comes out of fast races. They went 105 and 59, and she fits. All right, we scratch a couple out of the 7th. Didn't know that Eros' Girl was going to run for 5,000. Guess not. Scratch the 2 numeric. Unfortunately, we're down 4 betting interests, and really, on paper, it's tough to go against Rachel's Rock. I mean, numbers-wise, she towers. But when it looks too good to be true, what's the saying? It usually is. So it's kind of scary that this horse is dropping from 30,000 to 5 when she didn't run that badly for 30,000 on a muddy racetrack. And you look at the past class, she ran in the Gopher Wand Stakes, a grade 3 for older 3 and up fillies and mares. I mean, she's got the class. It's really tough to go against her, and even the distance is her best distance. Yeah, red flags are up. If somebody's going to beat her, of course I would have said Eros' Girl, but that one's scratched. It's probably Tequila. Tequila ran good last time. She always runs well fresh, but she ran into Lady Serenity. She wasn't going to beat that rival. That was a really tough race for a 5,000 claimer. Of course, even though this is a 4-horse field, if Rachel's Rock runs her race, it's even tougher. But she'd been running against tougher. She dropped to 5 at the end of the year so she could run back for the waiver claim and be eligible for the starters. And like I said, she's kind of at the mercy of the pace in a lot of her races because she doesn't have any early speed whatsoever. Well, there's not a lot of speed in here. It's probably Rachel's Rock, and that's what's going to make it tough for her to get beat. unless she stops on her own. A lot of times there's a reason they're in for 5. I don't know. It's really tough for me to go against this horse just on paper with the numbers edge that she has in this bottom 5,000 claimer. Another one today that looks like she's clearly for sale. All right, we'll finish up with the bottom claimer in race number 8. Scratch the 3, Allie's Song. I don't love this horse at the price. This is another one, La Dynamita, that also ran against the bottoms, the 8,000s at Gulfstream. Not as great a form, though. I mean, she broke her maiden for 16. She did it on the front end. And then last time, I don't know, she's pulling out all the stops. I mean, they tried a mile, but they took the blinkers off and took her off Lasix. I don't know what you can gauge from that. She actually ran decently compared to her previous couple starts. So maybe that's a good thing. So maybe we'll stick with that. She hasn't showed as much speed lately, which this is a problem here because there isn't a lot of speed in this race. Jay's Love showed speed last time, but it didn't work out. She stopped badly, although that was the terrible inside speed day. If you're going to show speed, that was the worst day to do it. Of course, it was early in the day. How would they know? Sugar Ride, always right there. Finished off the board last time, but I can see this horse bouncing back. Again, added Lasix, second time using the drug. I think she's going to be tough. Hard not to see Sugar Ride in the top 3 against these horses, and especially with the tactical speed she has. So again, there's not a lot of speed in here. La Dynamita just might send from the rail, but if she doesn't, with Allie's Song scratched, I'd expect Sugar Ride to possibly get the lead if La Dynamite doesn't. Change Order is more of a closer. She doesn't have much for early speeder. I'd like her. She ran pretty well last time to run second, and now gets a big rider change to Raylu for a second start off the layoff. She should be awfully tough in here. Problem is, I don't know if she's going to have enough pace to run at. If it does develop, she's the winner, and she's 4-1. But my assumption is, especially with the scratch of Allie's Song, doesn't leave much for strong speed early. So probably the 1 and the 4, but they're not that fast. It's got to have something to run at. Again, Jay's Love does have an excuse. She was against the track. I mean, she went out there to the lead. Worst day to do it. And it wasn't like she went that fast. She went 47 and change, and they came home in 115. But that's misleading because that's just the way the track was playing that day. It was really, really slow and very tiring. So his race looks worse than it actually is. People try to handicap without knowing the track or remembering the history of these races and say, wow, she ran pretty bad. She really didn't because she was against the track. Just another one to consider in race number 8. All right, those are my picks for this pretty good Monday. Hopefully the rain holds off. I know we got plenty of rain yesterday. Maybe not strong enough to change the track condition for today, as we are fast and open early with a chance of some rain later. But it's just going to be a cooler day. Really a good day for racing. Tomorrow, we are going to continue live racing with another 8-race card. We are off Wednesday, and then we return next week to our regular schedule Monday through Wednesday. But next live day will be tomorrow with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Fillies and Bears coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Princess Cairo and Andre Worry. Number 2, La Indecente, Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, Evening Edge and Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Love Thyself and Ramon Mulero. Number 5, Isle Storm, Nasario Alvarado. And number 6 is Reiterate and Chris Russell. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. First race at Finger Lakes. A field of 6 to kick off the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Start of a 2-day race week. No live racing this Wednesday, so make a note of that. 8 race card on tap today and tomorrow. 4 to 5 favorite number 5, Isle Storm. Evening Edge going up. Love Thyself. Current favorite Isle Storm. And Reiterate. They're on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Reiterate and Isle Storm. These two jet out for the lead, joined by Evening Edge, who's now up into second. La Indecente into third. Princess Cairo towards the inside. Races in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Reiterate shuffled fifth, and 2 lengths to Love Thyself, who's in the sixth in trailing position up the backstretch. Isle Storm has the lead by 1.5 lengths over Evening Edge in pursuit in second. La Indecente third. Princess Cairo pointed through in between horses from fourth up into third. 2 lengths off the lead is Princess Cairo. And Reiterate has picked up a spot in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. La Indecente losing position, and Love Thyself deep on the course at the back. About a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's Isle Storm on top, Princess Cairo in the white blinkers challenging second. Evening Edge 3 wide, Reiterate drifting out very wide as they turn into the stretch. Princess Cairo has headed Isle Storm. Princess Cairo on top. Evening Edge is on the outside. La Indecentes in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Princess Cairo. La Indecente with a burst of energy into second, trying to get to Princess Cairo. Princess Cairo holds by a length over La Indecente. Then it was Evening Edge and Isle Storm. 1235. Princess Cairo, your unofficial winner. 6 furlongs, 113.27. Back to the winner's circle. Official winner of the first race, number 1, Princess Cairo. Kentucky bred 6-year-old bay mare by Cairo Prince out of Seda. Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds owns Chris Englehart trains Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds bred Princess Cairo. 650 the winning mutual. Exacta $21.06. Trifecta $16.08. Dime Super $7.27. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 1 interchanger. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 19 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2. Really no doubt about that winner. Princess Cairo actually overcame a slow start, and Andre Worry did a good job getting her off the rail in position and was able to wear down Isle Storm and hold off La Indecente to get the victory. Andre Worry for trainer Chris Engelhart, not afraid to jam him in for 5. Not sure if anybody took that horse. Second race, we scratched the 1, Interchanger. We're even below 5 here. We're at a $4,000 non-winners of a race since a date condition, going 5.5, and as wide open a race as you're going to get with a 5-horse field. You can really make a case for anybody in here. Now, Missouri's got all the early money, and he's got a lot of back class. He stopped last time. May have went a little too quick for the first quarter before fading on a bad inside speed day. So it really was against the racetrack. It was Colton Goes who came up the inside and just went on with it. It took some money too. It went off at odds of 5-2. This race might be slightly tougher than the race he comes out of, but he also probably needed the race and does appear to be the inside speed of the race, along with Scales of Gold, who figures to be the other speed. Invaluable Will is the one I'm going to give another chance to. I liked him last time, and he ended up getting bet too. Everybody was following my lead, and he did absolutely nothing. Really surprising how bad he ran. Maybe bounced a little bit off his first start. I thought he ran well in his first start. Made a nice middle move before. It's about timing with him. He's got that one run. If you make the run too early, he ends up just kind of fading, and that's what happened in his first start off the layoff, going 5 furlongs. Last time, just never involved. Got to forgive the last effort for Invaluable Will. I think he's better than these horses. He's going to be in position right behind the speed of Missouri, and you're going to get a better price today anyway. He's at odds of 5-1. The 6 is Smoking Alone, one of 2 horses for Michael Sabine. Sugar's Last Hope was the one against it because he was inside. Smoking Alone kind of woke up a little bit. He added blinkers. I should say he put blinkers back on. They've been on and off. It's the best race he's run in quite some time. Again, but he was with the racetrack as the track was favoring those outside closers. See if he could run as well today, shortening up to 5.5 furlongs. So it's a few of the players here for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. Again, we scratch the 1, Interchanger.
On the track, race 2, Finger Lakes, scratch the 1. Here's number 2, Sugar's Last Hope, and Chris Russell. Number 3, Muzara, Laird Bailey up. There's the 4, Invaluable Will, Stephen Frett. Number 5, Scales of Gold, and Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Smokin' Alone, John Barrios. And almost on the turn, the 3, Muzara and Laird Bailey. Post time in a few. Two minutes. approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 5.5 furlongs. 7 to 5 on number 3, Muzara. Smoking Alone goes in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Smoking Alone, but it's Scales of Gold who edges out for the lead. Muzara emerges in second. Smoking Alone outside third to the outside of Invaluable Will. Those two about 7 off the lead. And 3 lengths back to Sugar's Last Hope, who's in the 5th in trailing position. It's Scales of Gold past the half-mile pole, has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Muzara's trying to punch through at the fence in second. Then about 8 lengths to Invaluable Will in third, who's a length in front of Smokin' Alone. And then about 6 lengths to the trailer, Sugar's Last Hope. First quarter mile, 22 3/5. As it's Scales of Gold with the lead, as Muzara has switched to the outside and takes a crack at Scales of Gold from there. And many lengths back to Invaluable Will in third as they turn into the stretch. Scales of Gold on top, the lead's a length and a half. Muzara lugging in there a little bit in second. And then many lengths back to Invaluable Will in third. 16th to go. Scales of Gold, Muzara. Here's Invaluable Will late on the scene the outside. Scales of Gold wants the finish line. Invaluable Will, Scales of Gold. I think holds over Invaluable Will. Then it was Muzara and Smokin' Alone. Five, 4, 3, 6. Scales of Gold first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.46. Second race official, $4.88 the winning mutual. In the winner's circle, number 5, Scales of Gold. New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Central Banker. Out of Holy Gold, Seacoast Thoroughbreds owns. Ralph D'Alessandro trains. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey, Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England bred, Scales of Gold. Double, $21.12. Exacta, $11.78. Trifecta, $9.75. Dime Super, $4.50. Race 3 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, Pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 3 in about 21 minutes at 1:55 p.m. Did have a claim race 2, number 3, Muzara. New owner SD Racing Stable. Thalia Ariche. New trainer. Muzara claimed out of race 2.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3. As I said, those 4,000 claiming races are always a lot of fun. Scales of Gold was able to get to the lead over Mazzara early and made it interesting late, though. He did get a little bit short, was getting tired, and Invaluable Will did put a run at him and just came up short, but it was close between the two. Scales of Gold, they found the horse late, went off at odds of 7-5. Oscar Gomez for Ralph D'Alessandro. Okay, third race, 5,000 maiden claimer, 5.5. And speaking of speed, you got a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it. Speed might come actually from the one Crystal, and she's not even that fast. But she looks like she can hold the rail. Pensimi, even though she's taken the blinkers off, she should be close up. Not much else for any pace in this race, but there are some question marks about the 2 Ferraro Junior horses. You got a first-time starter, Imagine If. That one will, well, actually, that's a second-time starter. The first-time starter is Touchy Subject, the 6 horse. This one, not the strongest of breeding. It's more turf breeding on the dam side. Actually, the half to this one was Stakes Place, and that was more turf and route. So the sprint going short, maybe not the best distance for this horse. Of course, you don't have to be much against the 5,000 maidens. We saw a 5,000 maiden firster win the other day, so sometimes they're very well spotted. Second start for Imagine, caught slop in her debut. Did take some money going off at odds of 3-1. Again, not the strongest of breeding. It is a Florida bred. First full of that dam. The dam was only 1 for 11. But, of course, starting at 5,000 could be any kind, especially if she could show some speed in a race that doesn't have much for early speed other than maybe Crystal and Pensima before she took the blinkers off. Lady Meringue, I got really no excuse for her last time. Says she was off slow, but that was the winner was actually the one that got off badly. She just was a little sluggish from the rail. But, again, they didn't go that fast. They went 23 and 48. Spicy Ticey was the one that was out there like that. And Flying Phoebe, who was the one that got the worst of it at the start, was the one that closed and got the victory. So this one really had no excuse in that race. But she is eligible to improve, and it is an easier field, shortening up to 5.5 furlongs. And that was her only start at 5,000. So if she could improve off of that race, she could beat these rivals. So 5 minutes to post for race number 3. We are going to start at pick 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available here.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, she goes by Crystal. Nasario Alvarado up. Number 2, Pensima and John Barrios. Number 3, Lady Meringue, Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Lady Mercia, Jackie Davis up. Number 5, Imagine If, Cabercoa. And number 6, Touchy Subject, Juan Diaz. Post time in a few minutes. Two minutes. Another reminder that Finger Lakes will not be racing this Wednesday. Live racing today and tomorrow. No live racing Wednesday. Simulcast wagering available on track here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs, maiden claimers. Wide open betting board, 2-1 favorite right now, number 2 Penzima. 5-2 on Lady Meringue, 3-1 on Crystal. Half the field in line. Two out, Imagine If and Touchy Subject. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, Lady Emercia, she's last. It's Imagine If, Lady Meringue, Crystal, and Penzima all sending out for the lead. Touchy Subject is on the outside in 5th, and 3 lengths back to the slow starting Lady Emercia, who's at the tail of the field. It's Penzima with the head in front, challenger outside and inside. Outside Lady Meringue and Crystal getting shuffled at the fence in 3rd. Imagine If tracks in 4th, a length and a half back. Lady Emercia's out of last, and Touchy Subject is at the back of the pack and about 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead. Less than 2.5 furlongs to travel. Lady Meringue and Penzima. Penzima has the rail. Imagine If now ranges up 3 wide. Crystal tries to re-rally at the fence. Lady Emercia goes 5 wide into the stretch as they got 3/16 left to travel. And it's Penzima on top by a length and a half. Imagine If cut loose on the outside up in the second. Crystal's towards the inside. Then it's Lady Meringue. Lady Emercia's on the grandstand side. 16th to go. Penzima clings to that lead. Crystal's up the inside second. Penzima and Crystal first and second. It's Penzima. Penzima wins by a length over Crystal. Then it was Imagine If and Lady Emercia. Two, 1, 5, 4. Penzima first. $5.36. The Winnie Mutual and Penzima, third race official. Dime Super, $31.16. Double 16.80. Exacta, $17.04. Try, $67.33. To the winner's circle, number 2, Penzima. New York bred, 3-year-old duck run filly by Good Samaritan out of Sousse Sox. Asaf Ronan and David Zinn, the owners. Asaf Ronan's the trainer. John Barrios, the winning jockey. Chad Nims, bred Penzima. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race number 4 in about 21 minutes at 2:25 p.m.
All right, coming up on the 4th, things got interesting there, and didn't look like there was going to be much of a pace scenario in that race. Pensima able to stay with Crystal early, actually get the lead, and John Barrios gets the victory for Asaf Ronan to start off the pick 4. Okay, 4th race, a tricky one. This is a maiden race going 5.5. I say tricky one because they come from all different situations, all different conditions. You have Peace Negotiator, first start as a 3-year-old, but running against Tougher as a 2-year-old, didn't show much. You got King Solomon, who ran pretty decently last time. Probably Flattery, who's had a lot of chances. He's a first-time geld. Actually, got 2 first-time geldings in this race. That's a rarity in its own. Probably Flattery is gelded for the first time, and so is Fines Creek, the outside horse. We run as a first-time gelding. Of course, that horse hasn't run since July of last year. So it makes it a tricky race. You got Hold the Phones off of a long layoff. Fines Creek's off of a long layoff. Peace Negotiators making the first start of the year. It's really tough. I would say you'd want a few of them going if you got pick 4s and pick 5s. I'm going to start off with probably Flattery. Hard to have much faith in this horse, though. He's had a lot of chances. He got way over bet last time. Obviously, the winner was tons the best in a 4-horse field, but somebody was betting this horse, and that's a positive in a sense because he didn't look like he had any chance, and he was bet down to be 3-5. That in its alone says, hey, somebody like this horse, he's probably going to run better second out, and maybe can beat these. And is gelded since the last race. So second start off the layoff, maybe today's the day for probably Flattery. It's hard not to see him in the top 3 regardless. King Solomon's another interesting one. He's had 2 starts. Hasn't run badly. He was in the same race as probably Flattery, and they ran together. So if you like probably Flattery, you also got to like King Solomon a little bit too. Well, I do. I got him one too. And both coming out of that same race that was won by King's Dancer. King Solomon's coming out of the way King Dancer. They both come out of the 4-horse field that all busted up was much the best. All busted up would crush this field. So that turned out to, even though it was 4 horses, turned out to be a good race. And the tricky read really is the one, Peace Negotiator. This one bred strongly for the turf on the dam side, was run twice on the dirt as a 2-year-old, ran once here. They bet the horse, but he didn't fire at all. The dam's a half to Bel Air Becky, who was a great stakes horse on the turf. Hard to say with a sire, but he's making his first start as a 3-year-old. Nick Zito's done well with these kind of horses coming in here, and he is getting some support. He's right now at odds of 8-5. Those are a few of the main contenders here for race number 4. We are going to start the pick 5. Exacta Super and Daily Double also available in this race.
On the track, fourth race here at Finger Lakes, number 1, Peace Negotiator and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is Concrete Kid, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, King Solomon, Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Probably Flattery, Caber Koa. Number 5, Hold the Phone, and Andre Worry. And number 6, Fines Creek, and jockey Jeremias Flores. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Maidens, even money number 4, Probably Flattery. Hold the Phone, the last to load up. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Concrete Kid who sends out for the lead. Peace Negotiator up close in second. King Solomon niggled upon to keep after leaders in third, 2 lengths to Probably Flattery to the inside of Fines Creek, fourth and fifth, and a space of about 7 lengths to the gray. Hold the Phone in the sixth and trailing position. Concrete Kid leads this group into the turn, has a lead by a half length over King Solomon, the nearest pursuer in second. Fines Creek outside third. Probably Flattery has passed Peace Negotiator, who backpedals in fifth, and then about 6 lengths to Hold the Phone, who's at the back of the pack. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. King Solomon and Concrete Kid, these two spar for the lead. They're clear by 6 lengths. Fines Creek deep on the course. Probably Flattery, the good trip around the turn, now up into third. Switches to the outside for clear running room. Still about 5.5 lengths off the lead as they got 1 furlong to go. Concrete Kid has that lead, but is in some tight quarters and fatigued. And Probably Flattery is ready to go. And Probably Flattery rolls right on by both Concrete Kid and King Solomon. It's Probably Flattery victorious over Concrete Kid. King Solomon third. Hold the Phone fourth. Four, 2, 3, 5. Number 4, Probably Flattery first. 5.5 furlongs. And 106.83. Probably Flattery. Back to the winner's circle. New York bred. 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Improbable out of Flatter will get you. Everything's Cricket Racing. Owner breeder. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer, and Cabercoa, the winning jockey. $5.62, the winning mutual. Exacta, $13.66. Trifecta, $6.46. Double, $13.62. Dime Super, $5.37. Pick 3, $11.45. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Aram Carliani. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 5 from Finger Lakes in about 21 minutes at 2:55 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 5, this starts the late pick 4. Remember, the pick 5, the late one started with the 4th, and probably Flattery finally got the right kind of trip, and Koa timed it perfect. I mean, that horse, they were bumping around, Concrete Kid and King Solomon, probably Flattery just sitting in the right spot. First time gelded, and first time Koa was led to victory. Probably got a soft enough field and a perfect setup to go along with it. Everything worked out that race for probably Flattery, and took advantage of the situation. All right, 11 and 9 Claimer is the 5th. That goes 5.5. Never won 2 condition for fillies and mares. And you're probably going to get a short price favor. You got to drop down in the 1. It Will Be Fun. Was running against the 12.5s in New York. So not a big drop for this horse. He tried allowance horses, and the top 2 finishers were pretty good. Alpine Giant was running mostly on the turf, but against better horses. She was legit. She ended up winning the race, but Life is But a Dream did put a run in at her because they went so quick early. I mean, keep in mind, they went 21 and change for the first quarter, and they came home and won 12. A much, much better race than this one. That her third place finish is probably good enough to beat this field, and she's making her second start over the track, and she's right now at odds of 8-5, and probably be shorter than that come post time. Looking for somebody to beat her. We're looking for a little price. You got 2 Linda Rice trainees. It's interesting to me is Claire Vendette has taken more money in the pick 4s and triples or doubles or whatever than Chardonnay Derby, who actually ran the best race. And Oscar Gomez opts to ride here over Claire Vendette, but that one still seems to get more money. I like the race Chardonnay Derby ran. She closed to be second. She was wide in that race. And Classy West was long gone before she got going, and she still passed World Bank, who was the early speed of that race. Well, she'll race against that one again. But Matoli, good breeding, and her second trip over the track, she would be no surprise. The other one, Clara Vedante, does drop a notch. She comes out of the same race as It Will Be Fun, so she'll have to make up those lengths against that rival at least. But the drop in class should help that one as well. World Bank's an interesting one because World Bank always runs well at this claiming level. When she runs against allowance horses, she doesn't hit the board. When she runs at this level, she hits the board every time. And I would expect that again here. She should be out there with the speed, and I think she can last at least to get a share. Not a horse you have faith with on top because she's had so many chances. She's 1 for 28. But she does hit the board often at this level, and she did last time as well. She finished just behind Chardonnay Derby, who you can make a strong case for in here. And you're getting a big price, 9-1. And I'm not liking her on the win end. I'm talking more of exactas and tries if you're going with World Bank. Exacta Try Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. Again, we scratch the 7. Aram Killarney.
Horses coming on the track, fifth race at Finger Lakes, scratch the 7. Number 1 is It Will Be Fun and Jose Baez. Number 2, Lady Banker and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Chardonnay Derby, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, World Bank, Cabercoa. Number 5, TD McGee, Andre Worry. Number 6 is Clarividente, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 8, Sills Pleasure and Jeremias Flores. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares. Claimers, non-winners of 2, going 5 1/2 furlongs. The real filly, It Will Be Fun. Current favorite at 6-5. Lady Banker going up. Two out. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Lady Banker who dashes out for the lead. World Bank stalks in second. Clary Vidente outside third. Sales Pleasure fourth. It Will Be Fun didn't have the best start in the world, but now is up into fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Second last is Chardonnay Derby, who's to the inside of TD McGee. Those two about 9 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the turn. Lady Banker's on the point. The lead's a length and a half. World Bank chases outside second. It Will Be Fun towards the inside in third. Clary Vidente stalks in fourth. 2 lengths to Sils Pleasure, mid-flight in fifth. TD McGee draws a little bit closer, 6, 8.5 lengths off the lead, but going wide. And Chardonnay Derby's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Lady Banker cuts the corner off the turn by a length. It Will Be Fun comes to tackle outside in second. World Bank is all out as well as Clary Vidente. TD McGee's on the grandstand side. It Will Be Fun is headed. Lady Banker at the 16th pole. World Bank re-rallies on the outside in deep stretch. It Will Be Fun. It Will Be Fun in front. Close for second, but probably World Bank over Lady Banker. Then it was Clary Vidente. 1426 in race 5. It will be fun first. Official winner, number 1, It Will Be Fun. Kentucky bred 4-year-old Bay Filly by Constitution out of Take Charge. Ilke Cantar Macy and Zilla Racing Stables, the owners. Dana Saul, the trainer. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Buffini Farm and Marula Park Stud bred It Will Be Fun. $4.18 the winning mutual. Double $15.88. Exacta $38.12. Trifecta $72.74. Dime Super $41.63. Pick 3 $12.63. Pick 5 5 of 5 gets you back $146.45. 6 race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 21 minutes at 3:25 p.m. Another reminder that Finger Lakes does race tomorrow, Tuesday, but no live racing this Wednesday. No live racing this Wednesday. Simulcast wagering available if you're coming to Finger Lakes on Wednesday.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and Favorite does not disappoint. I mean, that horse was too good for those, dropping down from an allowance down to that level after running against the kind of company that It Will Be Fun has been running against. Dana Saul's been on fire lately, and she's been winning at a high percentage, and Jose Baez getting the victory with It Will Be Fun. As we look at the 6, we got about 8 minutes to post. Another 11-9 claimer. Downwinners of 3 races, going 6 furlongs. Probably the most competitive race of the day. And I don't think you're going to get a big favorite in here. And I had a tough time. I could have made a case for a few of them. Really, the only one that doesn't play is probably Red Butterfly. I don't know how that horse could be possibly 6-1. But Fashionable Kitty was the one I ended up settling on. Throw the last race out. It was on the turf, going 7.5 at Gulfstream. It wasn't her thing. And you notice overall, they've been stubborn with this horse as far as running on the synthetic and the turf. Has never hit the board in 15 starts on synthetic and turf, but yet they run the horse 15 times on that surface. 11 times on the dirt. You got 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Kind of tells you something that maybe the horse likes the dirt better. And I think today she's going to be tough here. I think the only question isn't the surface, it's the distance. She has not been necessarily great at 6 furlongs, no matter what the surface she's been on. But maybe against these horses, finding a good spot at the 11-9 after running at the bottoms at 8,000 at Gulfstream, this might be a nice spot for Fashionable Kitty. As good as any, and you're getting a square price at odds of 9-2. The deep closer in the race, who's truly at the mercy of the pace, is the 2 Nurse Bunny, but there is a chance that this pace could back up. You have Only in My Dreams, the 4 horse, figures to be the speed of the race, will probably be kept honest by Call Me Penny, who does have tactical speed at this level. This depends on how aggressive they want to be with Call Me Penny, who doesn't necessarily break well every time. But Only in My Dreams will be the one to set the way. If she does stop, then it gives a horse like Nurse Bunny a chance to close some ground. And she normally makes a good account of herself. It's just a matter of will they back up to her. The 5 Valentine Gift is the logical horse in here, dropping slightly from an allowance to the 11-9. She's one that doesn't have to be as far back as Nurse Bunny, but she's not a horse with any speed either. But I think the slight drop in class is going to help. Both her wins have come at this distance. She wasn't that badly beaten the last 2. Eddie Marie's a legit horse in that condition. The last race wasn't as tough. Mia Nipotina's won twice this year, and she's more of a router than a sprinter. She's been winning on fitness when the race comes back to her, but this one didn't really make up that much ground. I think this is the right spot for her. I think she'll be really competitive here, but you're going to have to eat a short price. Right now, she's at odds of 2-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. You have about 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
On the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Fashionable Kitty and Andre Worry. Number 2, Nurse Bunny and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Red Butterfly, Jackie Davis up. Number 4, Only in My Dreams, and Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Valentine Gift, Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Call Me Penny, and Oscar Gomez. And number 7, Mischievous Trek, Cabercoa in the irons. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 5, Valentine Gift. Only in My Dreams up into line, Valentine Gift. Call Me Penny. And Mischievous Trick. They're on the gate, and they're off. It's Call Me Penny who flies out for the front. Valentine Gift flashing early speed. Mischievous Trick on the outside in third. Nurse Bunny towards the inside in fourth. Only in My Dreams didn't get off to the best start, is in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Fashionable Kitty in second last, and a length to Red Butterfly in the 7th in trailing position. Half mile to go. Valentine Gift and Call Me Penny go for the opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Mischievous Trick, Blue Blinkers outside third. Only in My Dreams in fourth, 4 off the lead. A length and a half to Nurse Bunny in fifth, a similar margin to Fashionable Kitty, and a space of 3 to Red Butterfly, who's at the back of the pack as they They have about a quarter of a mile left to travel. Mischievous Trick making a 3-wide bid for the front end. Valentine Gift towards the inside. Call Me Pennies in between horses. Only in My Dreams on the outside in fourth as they got 3/16 to go. Mischievous Trick on top. The lead's a length and a half. Valentine Gift all out in second, as well as Call Me Penny. Nurse Bunny scrapes the paint in fourth. 16th to go. It's Mischievous Trick who's home free. Mischievous Trick draws the way to win this by 5. Valentine Gift second. Nurse Bunny third. Fourth, Call Me Penny. Seven, 5, 2, 6. Number 7, Mischievous Trick first. Sixth race is official. Mischievous Trick, New York bred, 4-year-old duck run filly by Practical Joke out of Sweet Slam. Eddie F's Racing owns. M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. 2 in the card for Ferrero and Coa. Sugar Maple Farm bred, Mischievous Trick. It's official. Double $26.52. Exacta $30.20. Try $18.21. Dime Super, $18.75. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $59.94. Seventh race at Finger Lakes. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 2, numeric. Scratch number 5, Erosa's Girl. So you got win in place, exacta, daily double wagering as your wagering options. Post time, race 7 in 23 minutes at 3:58 p.m.
Okay, coming up on race number 7. Interesting pace scenario in the 6th. Valentine Gift a little aggressive early because Only My Dreams didn't break that well. Call Me Penny was the other one on the lead with those two. Mischievous Trick was in a perfect position, stalking right behind the 2 speeds. And Cabercoa gets another win, sitting just off and got the win before anybody else got going in that race. And it was a good effort by Mischievous Trick, but really a great ride by Cabercoa. With the time. He's had a couple of really nice trips and nice rides today. No try, no super, no show in race number 7. Again, we scratched the 2, Numeric, and the 5, Eros' Girl. So we're down to 4 betting interests. Actually, a pretty good field, though, for the level. I mean, yeah, Rachel's Rock with a huge drop in class. What do you do with this horse? It's almost like it's too good to be true type horse where he only lost 5 lengths against $30,000 open claimers in the mud last time. I mean, he's never seen this level. Here's a horse that ran in a grade 3, the Go for Juan Stakes, and she didn't run that badly to Tizzy in the Sky. I mean, it's no shame there. This horse is good. It's just really you have to look at it like positive or negative. Why the drop? I mean, it's not, like I said, she didn't run that badly. She finished 4th against 30,000s, and now she shows up here for 5. Logical horse on paper. She's at even money. Thought the main threat would be the 3, Tequila. She's more at the mercy of the pace, though, but she's been better than 5,000. She dropped to 5 at the end of last year, but didn't get a pace. When Fast Fran goes gate to wire, that Fast Fran doesn't wake up or doesn't back up, and Tequila was unable to make up any ground trying to close wide. Well, she came off the layoff after jamming in for 5 to run for the waiver claim at 5, and again, didn't run badly. She ran into Lady Serenity. Just ran into a better horse, that's all. Well, if Rachel's Rock doesn't have it, there's really nothing else in here that, as long as she can make up some ground. Again, she doesn't have much for early speed, so they do have to come back to her. And it's a little more difficult because you don't get that true pace scenario with only a 4 betting interest, but she's better than most of these. Ace Up Her Sleeve would be my 3rd choice of the 4. She finished behind Tequila in that race. I don't know how she's going to make up the lengths. Today it's the same distance, 6 furlongs. As Tequila's the better late runner for 5,000 than Ace Up Her Sleeve, but she should be competitive. She's not that badly beaten in a lot of her races at the $5,000 level. Get a little over bet right now at odds of 8-5. Mind of Gold at 3-1, and as she looks like she's going to be an outsider. She comes out of the same race as Tequila and Ace Up Her Sleeve last time. She'd have to make up a lot of lengths if she's going to win this race. Really, those are the 4 betting interests here. It all depends if Rachel's Rock runs her race or not. No try, no super, no show. Again, scratch the 2 and the 5.
On the track for the seventh race from Finger Lakes. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch at 2 and 5. Number 3, Tequila leads the post parade, and Joel Cruz. Number 4, Rachel's Rock in Cabercoa. Number 6, Mind of Gold, Kevin Navarro. And number 1, Ace Up Her Sleeve, and Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. A quartet to go 6 furlongs. Claimers. Condition claiming race. Big favorite at 1-4. Number 4, Rachel's Rock. Caber Koa aboard. Koa going for his 3rd win on the Monday card. They're on the gate, and they're off. It's Mind of Gold who barrels out for the front end. Ace up her sleeve, counter punches up the inside and gets that early lead. Rachel's Rock took a few strides to get going, but now is contending for the top spot, 3 wide and a length off the lead, and 3 lengths to Tequila, who's at the back of the pack. Ace up her sleeve and Mind of Gold, these two feud for the lead. Rachel's Rock in the clear in 3rd, a length and a half off the pace. Then 3 more lengths back to Tequila, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 23 1/5. They're on the turn. Rachel's Rock from 3rd up into the lead with 3 furlongs to go. Ace up her sleeve, back in 2nd. Mind of Gold in 3rd. Tequila is in last, but only 3.5 lengths off the lead and draws a little bit closer as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's Rachel's Rock who's the target. Comes off the turn, leading by 3 lengths. Tequila's on the grandstand side. Ace up her sleeve battles on with Mind of Gold. They got 1 furlong to go. Rachel's Rock digs in along the inside, has a lead by 2.5. Tequila's outside 2nd, Mind of Gold in 3rd in deep stretch. It's Rachel's Rock in front. Rachel's Rock give Koa 3 on the card. Tequila 2nd, Mind of Gold 3rd, 4th, Ace up her sleeve. 4361. 4361. Rachel's Rock first. 6 furlongs, 113.30. To the winner's circle, number 4, Rachel's Rock. Florida bred, 7-year-old dark brown mare by Jess's Dream out of Diamond Air. Photos finish. The owner. Georgia Bray is the trainer. Kay Burkoa with the riding triple on today's card. Japs or Better Farm bred Rachel's Rock. We did have a claim in race 7, number 4, Rachel's Rock. Elmer Ramos and Rachel Sells, the new owners. Rachel Sells, the new trainer. Rachel's Rock, claimed out of race 7. $2.10 the winning mutual, double $14.22. Exacta $3.74. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Alley's Song. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in 24 minutes at 4:31 p.m.
Okay, getting ready for the last race on this Monday card. Just a reminder, we got one more day of live racing this week. It'll be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. We did cancel Wednesday, but we are going to continue with that Monday through Wednesday schedule next week. But only 2 days this week. Tomorrow will be the other live racing day. Well, no big surprises in there. Probably one of the easiest exactas you'll have all year. Rachel's Rock, just too much class for that field. Dropping from 30 to 5, looked like it was pulling Cabercoa, who's having a great day as it is. Caber riding great today. And, of course, Tequila's going to pass the tiring ones, but just unable to close on the class of Rachel's Rock. We go to the last. We scratch the 3, Allie's Song. Tricky race. I mean, you got the one horse, La Dynamite, and this horse has been here before. I believe it was Linda Rice who had this horse before. Had 3 starts here, and a couple in-the-money finishes, and has been running since then. Has been running in Gulfstream and Tampa. Makes sense because the horse is a Florida bred, but now returns here and cuts back in distance. I would think that 5,000, this horse has got to be awfully tough. Now, the problem with this race is, as like a couple of them, I mentioned this in a couple of races, there's just not a lot of speed in here. And it is a questionable pace. This horse did 23 at 7 furlongs at Tampa, but maybe not quick enough to get the lead from the rail. But who is? I mean, maybe he'll to inherit. You got Stella Brown, the 6 horse would probably, and Sugar Ride would be the other one that have speed in here. There really isn't much for speed. I'd expect a 23 first quarter. The 4 horse is Sugar Ride. Sugar Ride hasn't really run a bad race since his debut in New York. I mean, she's been no worse than 4th in any of her Finger Lakes races, and that was her last one. That may have been her worst race she's had here. But she could bounce back from that effort. And, again, she's probably going to be close up to that front line. And she's got the hot jockey today, Caber Coas. And just mentioned to Johnny, I mean, you've won 2 races in the last race, in the last couple of weeks, so maybe a chance here with Sugar Ride. Got to be used at least in the top 3. And she's right now at odds of 3 to 1. So that's a couple of the players here for the final race of this Monday card. Exacta Try and Super offered in the last. Again, we scratched the 3, Allie's Song.
Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes, number 1 is La Dinamita and Andre Worry. Number 2, Bounty Killer, Laird Bailey up. Number 4, Sugar Ride and Cabercoa. Number 5, Change Order, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Stella Brown, Michael Davila Jr. up. And number 7, Jay's Love with Nasario Alvarado, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Don't forget that we race tomorrow, first post 12:55 p.m. No live racing on Wednesday. Simulcast wagering if you're on track. Available here at Finger Lakes. We will conclude racing with this dirt sprint going 5.5 furlongs. Fillies and Mares. La Dinamita. Current favorite at 6-5. Sugar Ride. Change Order. Then Stella Brown and Jay's Love. Jay's Love to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Stella Brown sends out for the lead. Change Order. Sugar Ride now up into second. As it's La Dinamita sent through along the inside, up into second. Fourth place, Jay's Love to the outside of Bounty Killer. And at the back, that's Change Order by only about 4 lengths from top to bottom. Stella Brown leads this group into the turn, has a lead by just about a length over Jay's Love. Launching a rally outside in second, and then a length and a half back to Sugar Ride in third. La Dinamita towards the inside fourth. 2 more lengths back to Change Order in fifth, and Bounty Killer is now in the sixth and trailing position. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Jay's Love who opens up. Jay's Love has a lead by about 4 lengths. Sugar Ride outside second. Change Order stands side. Bounty Killer in between those two in fourth. As they got 1 furlong to go, Jay's Love has a lead, but Change Order bearing down on the outside second. Change Order, Jay's Love, 16th to go, and it's Change Order. Change Order bursting to the front and opening up by almost 3 in the end. Bounty Killer second. Jay's Love third. La Dinamita fourth. Five, 2, 7, 1. Change Order first. Did have a claim for the 8th race. The 4 Sugar Ride. Do have a jockey objection, 2 versus 5. Rider of Bounty Killer Laird Bailey lodging an objection versus the unofficial winner for alleged interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Sugar Ride Claim, Daniel Morgan, Kyle Story, Gregory McKeon. New trainer, Ronnie Breed Jr. The 4 Sugar Ride claimed out of the 8th. Looks like no change. Change order. Pays $5.98 to win. Pick 5, $85.16. Double $8.68. Exacta $194.04. Try $215.95. Super $224. Pick 3, $9.62. Pick 4, $22.23. Change order, New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Vino Rosso out of impending storm. Louis Siriani, the owner. Ilmar Loiza, the trainer. Rilu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Beals Racing Stable. And Saratoga Glen Farm, bred. Change order. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Programs will be available very soon at fingerlakesgaming.com. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer Bill Downs signing off. Have a tremendous evening.